Good evening. Welcome to tonight's Board of Education meeting. Before we begin, I'd like to share with the audience that if you need Spanish translation services, we have Lupita and her team here to assist, and she will translate that into Spanish.
Buenas tardes. Si necesita interpretación al español, estamos disponibles mi compañera y yo, Jasmine. Y por favor, búsquenos para darles unos audífonos. Thank you.
Thank you. I call this meeting to order at 5:33 p.m. and would like to establish a quorum by roll call vote.
Board President Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar,
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Amory Rosen,
Yes.
and for the record, Board Member Carl Palestrini is absent.
I notify the audience that the open session will be audio taped, broadcast, and recorded for the district's YouTube channel. May I receive a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the agenda with a few changes. I'd like to move agenda item A. I'd like to flip-flop A and B. So proceed under action, discussion, and information items with the Carmel Water Youth Works internship on behalf of our community members who are attending with us this evening, and then move A to B, which is the Ethnic Studies informational presentation to follow. I'd also like to make one more change regarding the agenda, and this is where I'd also like to flip-flop board operations and public comment on non-agendized items. I think those are in the wrong, place.
Do you have the section number for those?
That is 6 and 7.
7, okay.
Yeah, so they should, yeah.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Board President Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar,
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Amory Rosen.
Yes.
And thank you for making those changes to the agenda. We appreciate it.
I will try to remember when we announce those, so please help me out if I skip that.
Okay.
I choose Anne Marie to lead the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Item 2 is reports. These are routine status updates regarding campus activities, meeting schedules, conferences, and meetings attended, and recent developments from the student, our student presentation tonight, our student representative who was out ill tonight, and the ACT and CSEA report. So we will be skipping section B of that. Do we have our students from the Red Cross Group Club?
So I'll introduce our student from the Red Cross Club who is here to present this evening. His name is Vishva, and he's going to provide information to us about what the Red Cross Club does. And just to acknowledge our staff advisor who is here tonight, also Nora Ward in the audience to support her club's presentation. Thank you for being here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Vishva, and I'm the president of the Red Cross Club. And this is our team right here. So our vice president is Millie Aldi, secretary is Diane Soriano, and treasurer is Elizabeth Almaraz, and our club advisor is Miss Ward. And we engage in volunteer service and community engagement. Why join the club? Well, you should join the club to give back to the community, gain valuable knowledge and experience, community service hours, learn about amazing volunteer stories, and find opportunities in the biomedical field as well as other categories to partner with the Red Cross. Now, what do? So we have a lot of events such as fundraising drives. We host blood drives, sound the alarm events, disaster preparedness and trainings, and other events on campus. And we also have fun. So, yeah. And this was from our recent blood drive This is our merch. We wore this, We Want Your Blood, and this was for our recent blood drive on March the 29th. It was in honor of Jeff Wright, who was a teacher at Carmel, who passed away. And in honor of him, we hosted this blood drive, and we were able to almost reach our goal of 40. We got 39 units of blood. Yeah. And this was our team on the day of. We had a ton of fun. There was a lot of snacks, ton of people who came in, volunteered, and it was just an amazing event. So, yeah. And how do you find us? We're in Miss Ward's room 37, and we meet during Mondays at lunch. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions or comments?
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. I'm really enjoying so much hearing from all the different clubs that we have at the high school. This club I didn't know anything about, so thank you for the information. It does look like you guys have a ton of fun. Do you have another blood drive scheduled for next year yet, or do you have any, what's your plans for next year since we're nearing the end?
Yeah, so for next year, we're going to plan on doing 2 blood drives, one in each semester. And we'll organize it and coordinate it according to our plans and everything. So, yeah. Awesome. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I just had a quick question. Are there other ways that people can volunteer their time other than blood drives?
Definitely. As I mentioned, there's just go back. Okay. There are other events that we also do. We're hosting an event very soon, partnering with the Red Cross about the Measles and Rubella Initiative, and we will be hosting those kind of events on campus so students can know about these events and also fundraise for it. So kids can know about it, and also there's Sound the Alarm events, there's fundraising drives, and also through the Red Cross, we offer a lot of opportunities in the community through which students can engage in. So, yeah.
Yeah, I really appreciated getting the email about the opportunity to donate blood as well.
And
so
yeah.
if there's other opportunities where we can volunteer and help out, please let us know.
And definitely, I definitely appreciate you coming out and donating blood. It was amazing. Thank you. Yeah.
So I just want to say that Vishva really ignited the club. The club has been gone since 2018, and he came to me and just was like, gung-ho, we've got to do this. And he has been getting the kids out to other events in the community with the Red Cross. Like next Saturday, they're going to install fire alarms in houses in Salinas. So he is amazing.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from our ACT president, Elizabeth Marsh.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for the presentation. This is such a nice way to start this meeting. A little bit of a change. So, hello, Carmel Unified School District. I'm Elizabeth Marsh, proudly representing just over 200 educators here at CUSD. It's been a busy month since we were last here together. Our association has elected a new vice president. Congratulations to Lee Cambra, and we are lucky to have her. We also elected Stephen Russell, art teacher at Carmel High, to represent us in the largest gathering of teacher delegates in the nation. He'll be traveling to Philadelphia over the July 4th holiday to attend the National Teachers Association Representative Assembly. So congrats to Steve, and thanks for being the first delegate. I wrote in here, we've sent in a long time, but I hear it might be ever. So, yeah. And other association events in this last month were that Sharon, Jason, Lisa, and I did 3 more collaborative conversations at sites, but I won't go into details, so Sharon or Lisa can describe that more for you. And I visited Kashawa Children's Center for my first time last month, and I got to thank you to Vicki and her crew for such a warm welcome and the chance to see such a beautiful place. Over 50 of our ACT members expressed interest in a California State Teachers Retirement System workshop. So we held one here in the CMS library last month and had an excellent turnout. We've reinstated our bi-monthly collaboration meetings at the district office and have our second one of this calendar year tomorrow. ACT in the district office personnel have had 2 bargaining sessions in the last month. We made progress on 3 outstanding items yesterday, and we wrapped up 1 2/3 of them. And a tentative agreement will go out to members soon, and kudos to our hardworking bargaining team. And finally, I'd like to recognize the time, energy, creativity, and stamina of the Big Sur community, the devoted CUSD staff who work there, and those who support them. While this part of our district is no stranger to natural disasters and closures, this year has seemed especially challenging. The dedication to provide the most cohesive education plan possible during these times is appreciated, and I wish our Big Sur community an uneventful last day before spring break tomorrow, and wish all of us a lovely vacation. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from our CSEA president, Lisa Brazil.
Good evening, board members and district staff. My name is Lisa Brazil. I'm the Chapter 190 president. And as Elizabeth said, it has been a very busy month. The collaborative conversations, so ACT, School Board President Remenzi, and Superintendent Ofek have been traveling around to the different schools. Thus far, we've held conversations at Tular, River, CMS, Carmel High School, and Cooper, just before the road fell out. Kashawa, MOT, and the district office will be done after spring break, and I believe those are being scheduled right now. The input from staff during these meetings has been both very sincere, very open and honest, which has been wonderful. It's been a great opportunity for rank and file staff to provide leadership with both their concerns and their celebrations. It's equal part, what do we do well and what do we need to focus on? And that's a really great combination. I think we've all come around feeling invigorated and with great ideas. Let's see. So hopefully, and I know this is true actually, the process is helping inform goal setting and developing procedures, and has also allowed everybody to get to know staff a lot better, know who they are and what their lives are like, building those bonds that make us unique and a wonderful place to work. So we really appreciate that. At our CSEA meeting yesterday, one of our staff members, who is also a Carmel resident and a parent of Carmel students, commented that it was great to see the district responding quickly to some of the concerns and that they look forward to seeing where this process takes us. So this is coming from one of the staff directly. So this past month, we've also visited several schools for site visits. Superintendent Ofek and President Remenzi were at Carmel High School today, and they're going into classrooms specifically to observe and meet classified staff. They were in the kitchen today. They were interacting with instructional aides, special ed aides, all kinds of people. They've done that also at Tular, and Sarah did it at River School. So those will continue throughout the school year. At this time, I would like to invite Bud Libby to join me at the podium, please. He does not want to do this. He literally, his wife and I had to force him to it. Thank you, Suzanne. So at this time, I want to announce that, well, let's start from the beginning. Bud began working in CUSD in 2000. In 2001, he ran for his first CSE office and has held the position of either vice president or president, and now past president, for the past 23 years. He's negotiated with 7 superintendents and 5 HR directors and a countless number of board members. In that time, the chapter has grown from around 100 members to, at this point, 216. He's led numerous committees, most recently the wall-to-wall job description and salary study that we're just about to wrap up. Bud has been intimately involved in Chapter 190 operations and the lives of its members. He knows everybody in our unit, and he knows them well, and he knows what their concerns are and what their joys are in a way that I just find amazing. So our chapter would not be what it is today without the loyal dedication of Mr. Libby. as a result of this commitment and dedication, on May 4th, Bud will be receiving a statewide award from CSEA for his commitment to promoting union work in schools. So I hope, congratulations and thank you for everything you do.
It's been quite an honor to represent the group. Kind of the backbone of the district, and I've appreciated working with them throughout the years, and I appreciate that Lisa has taken over the role and put her own stamp on things and taken reins and run. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa, and thank you, Bud. Agenda item 3, Superintendent Report. These are routine status updates regarding campus activities, meeting schedules, conferences, and meetings attended, and recent developments from Superintendent Sharon Ofek.
All right, thank you so much. As you've heard, we've had a very busy several weeks in Carmel Unified, and this is the time of year that is always full of activities and events. And I believe it will continue all the way to the end of the school year. I've been able to attend all 3 of the music festivals at Sunset Center, and each of them were really magnificent and beautiful. Our students are amazing. The dedication and commitment of our students and teachers was evident, and the performances from every level, elementary, middle, and high school, were amazing. If you have never been to a music festival, I highly encourage and recommend you considering attending next year. They really are professional quality concerts and in a professional setting and environment. It's pretty phenomenal to think that our young students can perform at such amazing quality levels at their young age. So pretty phenomenal. If you love the arts, that's amazing and well worth it. All right, along with ACT, as you've heard, ACT, CSEA, and board presidents, I have been visiting sites for collaborative conversations to listen to the staff about areas of concern and or possible improvements, as well as what's going well in the district, what's being appreciated, as you just heard, celebrations, things we don't want to have changed. I've also visited sites with the specific intention of meeting CSEA employees, which is also lovely. I think one thing to note is that when you walk into a classroom, CSEA employees typically just keep going and keep doing what they do. And teachers are always the ones who are like, oh, welcome, how can I help you? And not intentionally, but they're so focused on their work. And it's been really nice to be able to walk in and say, hey, I'm actually here to meet you and hear about what you do and what you think of where you are and what you love most about your role. So it's been really rewarding to be able to do that. In addition, I've completed 3 of the 5 required Masters in Governance modules through CSBA, and the Board of Education participated along with myself in a governance handbook review. Most importantly, as you heard earlier, I've been working with a team of district and site staff to address the closures of Highway 1 at Rocky Bridge impacting our Big Sur students and families. We've worked collaboratively with Caltrans, Monterey County Emergency Operations, Big Sur Fire, and any number of other agencies, anyone I can talk to, in fact, to advocate for and support our Big Sur community. Everyone I've been in contact with has been solution-oriented and very understanding of the challenges that we're navigating in order to minimize the impact to our students and their learning, along with supporting our teachers. We have concerns around some competing demands. We need our kids to come to school early, and our staff need to go down a little bit later, and that's really hard to navigate all of those different agencies while they have to do their work in order to get the road reopened or stabilized at least, and then reopened at some point in the future. So I'm grateful to everyone for their commitment, dedication, hard work, and willingness to just go day by day at times to figure out what the best solution is. So I am grateful to all of the folks in Big Sur also who I've spoken to around having reservations for for example, our bus drivers who are staying in Big Sur so that our kids can make it through the convoy in time to get to school. And they've just been amazing to work with and very, very flexible. So I'm appreciative of everyone's contributions to that effort. And with that, we can move on.
Thank you, Sharon. Yes, the Big Sur community is really being impacted by that closure, and just 2 convoys a day really does not make it easy to conduct business or schooling. On to agenda item 4, the consent calendar. The board may bundle a number of items and act upon them together in one motion through the use of a consent calendar. Consent agenda items are routine items deemed to be non-controversial for which board discussion is not anticipated and for which the superintendent recommends approval. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless any members of the board request specific items to be removed for discussion. May I receive a motion to approve item 4 consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented.
And I'll second.
Board President Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar,
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
And I believe this is where the changes, we are going to agenda item 5B before agenda item 5A. This is the Carmel Water Youth Works internship with the district's Director of College and Career Readiness, Dr. Yvonne Glenn.
Perfect. So, good afternoon, board members, cabinet, and community at large. It is a great pleasure to be here with you to present the Student Internship Program, a collaboration between our district and the Carmel Area Wastewater District. So, before we begin, I would like to acknowledge 4 distinguished members of the Carmel Area Wastewater District that are here with us today. Mr. Ken White, Carmel Area Wastewater District Board President. He started his work in the organization in 2001. Mr. White began his career in leadership in 1959 with the Monterey Unified School District as a football and wrestling coach. He has served as a member of the Carmel Unified School Board and served as a board president. Mr. White was a Goodwill Ambassador for the City of Carmel by the Sea and served as a member of the Forest and Beach and Planning Commissions and the City Council before serving as a mayor of the Carmel by the Sea from 1992 to 2000. For many years, he was chair of the Friends of Sunset Center and is the former president of Monterey County Pubs. Mr. White worked with the Sunset Center Renovation Committee, Friends of Sunset, the Carmel Arts Festival, the Monterey Symphony, and the Pacific Repertory Theater. He served on the Park Rep Board in the early 2000s and often sitting in the position of board vice president. Long acknowledged to be Mr. Carmel, the Carmel Residents Association named him Citizen of the Year in 2008. In 2012, the Pebble Beach Tours de Elegance named him Volunteer of the Year. And last year, he was named Bohemian of the Year by the Pacific Repertory Theater. So thank you so much for being here. I know that I took a long minute, but it's worth it. So Mr. Ed Wagner is the operations superintendent, and Mr. Wagner has over 40 years of experience in the profession. He has been in several leadership positions in the industry, including consulting work. He was a professor at Harner College. His areas of expertise are water and wastewater mathematics, advanced water, and wastewater treatment, and became the lead professor and consultant responsible for implementing the water and wastewater curriculum for Gavilan College, along with developing a regional training and internship program for college students in Monterey and San Benito counties. So thank you for being here. Ms. Barbara Buchima, she's the general manager. Ms. Buchima began her career at the Carmel Area Wastewater District in 1999 as the finance officer, and in 2010 she was promoted to general manager. So during the past 14 years, she has led the district on a major capital rehabilitation project and the treatment plan, and is now switching focus to rehabilitate the collection system. So thank you for being here. And Mr. Chris Foley, Superintendent of Maintenance. He has 13 years of experience in the water industry. He has advanced training in industrial automatization and networks. He oversees the implementation now of an AI pilot program for machinery. So thank you for being here with us. So they're here in support of the partnership between both organizations and to answer any questions that you may have for the industry partners at the end of the presentation regarding water and wastewater. I am not the expert. So thank you for being here with us tonight. So as I go through the presentation, hopefully you recall your first internship or your first job experience, and it will resonate with you the power and the impact this partnership can have on our students in preparing them to be college and career ready. So let me see. Okay, So before I dive into the presentation, I want to provide some clarification in advance regarding some terminology. So Carmel Area Wastewater District will be referred to as CAUDI. Carmel Unified School District will be referred as Carmel Unified. All students, whether paid or not paid, will be referred as student workers. An intern is a student who is getting monetary compensation, and a service learning is a student who is getting community service only. In today's presentation, we will cover the program design, our recruitment and onboarding process from start to finish from both organizations, and to close the cycle of continuous improvement and how we are going to assess and grow. So the student internship program will start this coming summer of 2024. The opportunity will be open for students in grades 11, 12, and recent graduates of the class of 2024. The minimum age to participate is 16 years of age, and the opportunities available will be to intern or to do service learning during the months of June and July. The duration of the internship program will be a 4-week cycle with a break the first week of July. We are seeking to have 2 cycles this time. This summer, we are going to start very small, having 1 to 3 students interns per cycle, and the maximum hours that students can work each week will be 15. Additional student requirements are to be a resident of the Carmel Unified School District and to have at least a 2.5 GPA. However, students with low GPAs are highly encouraged to apply, and if hired, both organizations will work with the student to raise the GPA during the internship program and the following school year. So let me look at this. This slide is very heavy. So, however, the program review. So both organizations are seeking a very strong and long-term partnership to create an exemplary model for Monterey County. Both organizations believe that creating meaningful hands-on experiences for students via internships will equip them with valuable soft skills, workforce readiness, and a civic component that will benefit both institutions. The civics component will focus on working with interns to experience and learn how administration and government departments will function. The program's success will be achieved through a collaborative effort between both parties. CAUDI took the lead on creating an internship handbook and job descriptions for our students. Carmel Unified will be taking the lead on the marketing material for our high schools that will be disseminated using our digital platforms such as Parent Square or newsletters. So we hope to produce a report that could be used for grant funding and to scale this up for future years to help more students at the end of the internship cycles. So for this first year, CAUDI has allocated funding to pay our interns in a new category developed for this specific purpose, youth development programs. So thank you for that. Carmel Unified will support any special gear, safety equipment that the students may need, certificated time to supervise interns in the workplace, and will contribute to equip the students with OSHA 10 general industry certifications before the internship. Okay, here's the exciting part. And let me tell you that this is very unique when we have an organization like CAUDI that will be open 6 departments for our interns. So CAUDI is going to open 6 departments in their plan to host interns, and each department has developed a position and a job description soon to be launched on their website. The departments had identified the focus areas where students will be assigned and gain work experience. These areas for work placement had been already discussed with department managers and have determined that they are sufficient and meaningful projects for our student workers to be completed between 4 and 15 hours per week. So they are ready to go. Interns will learn about wastewater treatment management, efforts to comply with required state laws to protect the environment, and prevention of pollutants. This year, one of the internship will teach interns the treatment plan processes for discharge compliance and equipment management. Interns will learn about the goals and objectives related to wastewater processing, effects of conservation, and wastewater reuse. I would like to give you a few examples of the learning outcomes of some of the positions that they are ready. So for example, the administration department will host an administrative assistant intern that will have an opportunity to learn administrative procedures and leadership necessary to run the organization. The engineering department will host a civil engineering intern that will have an opportunity to work with professional engineers and the public work department to understand the policies and procedures and to be part of the team. The operations department, led by Mr. Wagner, will host a treatment plant operation intern. The intern will be able to learn basic plant operations, district objectives, understanding between the wastewater treatment facilities and the reclamation facilities. Two more examples. Operations department will also host a lab source control operation intern. The intern will be able to deeply understand lab sampling techniques and process testing with water. And another one that is very interesting is the maintenance department, led by Chris, will host an information technology intern that will have an opportunity to learn basic principles of cybersecurity in industrial controls and will assist in updating equipment life cycle plans. So in sum, students that are thinking about a career in the sciences, conservation of water, sustainability of natural resources, technology, mathematics, information and communication, engineering, automatization, and any business administration are highly encouraged to apply to these opportunities. So both organizations have agreed on 3 core values as a foundational principles for students, not only to demonstrate during the internship, but throughout their professional lives. We do hope that our interns reflect the values of respect, quality customer service, and community involvement during the check-ins with supervisors and work experience instructor, but most importantly, share how they amplify these values or witness these values on the job. This slide shows a sample of how the different departments at County are collaborating to ensure staffing and supervision for the students. So key points to know. These are the key points to know about our program. So the program design phase started approximately a year ago. And it has been an honor and a pleasure to work with County's professionals in the process of assessing our needs and capacity, aligning our goals, and creating documentation to guide the program. The recruitment and onboarding process will be starting very soon, and the goal is to support students in current CTE programs and pathways, to add the internship component, and to support students in our current classes of science, math, and computer science to take advantage of this opportunity. So County agreed to host a parent-student open house sometime in May for any interested parent or student that would like to tour the facility and explore in detail what students will be learning during the internship. And that is very important for our parents to know and to be able to observe before the student applies to any of our internship. So thank you so much for that as well. I heard a taco truck will be there. No, just kidding. So for the job interview and preparation, Carmel Unified agreed to prepare students with resume and job interview skills. And County agreed to take the lead on the job application process and panel interviews so students will experience a formal hiring process. Once the students are hired, the onboard process will be on both ends. The County onboarding will include a safety introduction at the site and on orientation, and Carmel Unified will onboard with internal process to comply with federal and state regulations for work experience. So the growth and sustainability part will focus on both organizations' commitment to continue the partnership by continuing assessing the recruitment, onboarding, and post-internship evaluation to identify best practices and become the exemplary model that we are aiming to achieve. We want our students to have an enjoyable experience and inspire them to pursue a career in a high-wage and high-skill sector. The leaders of both organizations are really excited and eager to invest in our youth. So this slide will show you what the student worker journey would look like. The students will be asked to create a model action plan, referred as MAP, to help them guide them towards establishing and determining their own successful experience in an asset-driven model. So the planning and checking-ins are part of the mentorship experience as an intern. The intent of the MAP experience is to build the foundations for our students on how to approach new experiences. And in this case, is new employment going forward. So the map will also empower students to identify their own outcomes in the areas that you see in the screen. A key element to scale up this program is to gather internal and external feedback from different stakeholders to adjust and adapt in a cycle of continuous improvement. A foundational element is to document experience and a student exit report. So I really can't wait to see for the fall and to have some student testimonials and showcase the work of both organizations. It's going to be really fun. So in summary, we are designing with the mindset to be a model internship program. We're aiming to be the best in the county. Our goal is to continue the tradition of excellence in our district. And yes, we are all overachievers and we would like to show that. So we look forward to learning and growing from this first year. So we would like to thank Gavilan College and the City of Soledad for their input in this presentation. I would like to extend my gratitude for the vision and trust to Sharon Ofek, Superintendent, and Cabinet members Yvonne Perez, Greg Chavez, and Dan Paul for their support along the way, and it's been a team effort and a wonderful year to plan. And again, to county leaders for sharing their expertise and support to make this a reality. At this time, I welcome any questions that you may have for me or with leaders. If it's an industry-related question, I'm going to turn around this way and find out who would like to answer that.
Before we open it for questions to the board, I just want to note that we received no requests for public comments for this agenda item, and now
Thank
we're
you.
open for public or questions from the board to Yvonne or the rest of the water board.
This is so fantastic. I am just thrilled that we, I kept on writing down questions, and then you had so thoroughly thought this out that my questions are a lot less now. So I was curious with the 16 years, is that identified because they can drive themselves and they're not relying on parents? Or do you think there's a little bit of flexibility there with other students?
Yeah, so the minimum age is based on child labor laws.
Right.
So,
okay.
and to require to have a work permit
Right.
for the industries that we're seeking for.
That makes
So
sense.
that's the answer to
Okay.
that.
And I love that you are taking into consideration the GPA. I think that's so important. That's a critical message that we're giving to our students, that it's not about their GPA, it's about your interest and your passion, and we want to build and support that passion regardless of where you are in your academic career. So I thank you for doing that. I really appreciate that. And I'll just say, too, I started interning at a very young age. I'm in the science field, and it completely changed my life. I was lucky enough to be working with interning for a group of people that really supported me and nurtured me and answered my questions. And not only that, but it also offered just a huge range of potential professions. You know, I'm in the marine science field, and I had one idea of what a marine scientist was, and had no idea of all the other job opportunities that are out there. So I think that I love that you broke these up into components, and that there's different aspects of one topic, and most people have no idea. So very grateful for that too. And then I did have one question. I love that you're introducing this AI component. Can you tell me a little bit more about that and how you'll be doing that?
It's all yours, Chris.
So we're really, Chris Foley, Maintenance Superintendent, Carmel Wastewater. So we're really at the beginning. So in water, wastewater, AI is still relatively new, just like it is in a lot of the other industries, but it's really hasn't been applied in mass yet. So what we're looking at right now is we did a study just to identify areas where AI would work well, and we identified anomaly detection. So we have a lot of data points. We take in a lot of data, and it's hard to measure it all and view all the data. So really what we're going to use AI for is to look at that data and try to come up with anomalies that maybe we missed because we're busy doing something else in the plant. And then we're really also looking at building a foundation so we can expand the AI in the future. But along with it comes a lot of other stuff. So we're really excited.
Fantastic. Yeah, I think it's so key to introduce this booming component to much of science industry and just industry in general. So thanks.
Thank you for such an engaging and thorough presentation. Much like what Seabury mentioned, I had questions throughout and they were answered. So thank you for all that. And what an amazing opportunity for our students. I'm so looking forward to see how this all plays out. From beginning to end, I made a couple notes here that I would just want to focus on. I love the collective core values that you all put together. I think that is so important that the students who engage in this opportunity, that is said right up front. So thank you for working collectively on those. I think those are beautiful core values to abide by and to, take the next step forward with your work experience with those. I think they're great. I also had a question about the internship open house that will be held in May. So what will the structure of that be? Will there be a similar presentation to this, or what will happen at the open house for the students?
Yeah, so we are in planning stages for that. That was an idea that was suggested in our last meeting as a result of, putting my parent hat and saying, well, as a parent, I would like to know more and go to the work site before my son applies. Right, so with that mindset, it was a suggestion. It was well taken. We're in the process of developing what that is going to look like.
Okay.
But most likely, I'm envisioning that it might be a presentation and a tour where the students are going to be, just for the parents and the students to leave with a
that's
better
great.
sense of what the experience may look like.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have said that right. Any other? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. And I'm also looking forward, like you said, to the exit review and presentation just to see how this all goes. It's very exciting. So thanks again to all of you for this.
Alrighty. Hi. Thank you very much for being here. Water's my passion. I live and breathe by water. So I appreciate this, and I appreciate pushing CTE along. Thank you very much for doing that. I just have a couple of questions. Going back to the job interviewing skills and the basic skills that the students are going to need going into this program, where are they going to be finding that in their, core classes? And has that already started for these 3 interns that are going to be happening during the summer? So it said, job interview skills, et cetera, et cetera.
So this is the plan. So that might take place after hiring. No, before hiring. So, so the students, once they apply, there might be a link to contact us, the school district, to help them start preparing for this interview with the job skills and the interview process. So what it looks like is the students may need to come to a few sessions with an adult in the room to help them navigate the resume, the job interview skills, and most importantly, to practice. It is a skill, as everyone knows, right? Selling ourselves to a big audience, it might take some time for our students to develop that. I am passionate about that. I had developed my own curriculum for that. Happy to share that with whoever is going to do it and be involved in the process as well. So that's part of my role is to really learn what works for Carmel students and what doesn't work. So I will be intrinsically involved in the process of selecting the best materials and maybe conducting a few sessions just to see how it goes.
I know that I did some job interviewing skills when I was doing consumer math and business applications, and I had different people come in from the industry and have them go through all their job necessary skills, those soft and hard skills that they needed. So I was just wondering if I know that some people up at the in the math department already have gone through that consumer math program and have some of those same skills. So I'm just throwing that one out there as an idea for you if you hadn't already thought about that one.
So we have a couple of softwares also that we had used in the past that may enable the students that cannot attend to a live session to do that remotely as well. I'm thinking about flexibility of setting to meet the needs of all students at all schools. So that might be also a possibility. I think that the most important part will be the practice, right? So to conduct a series of mock interviews with the students before, we send them to, the county to interview for the real position.
I actually had FITM, fashion industry, merchandising and design, come down and went over the whole entire what you dress as for interviews, for different levels of interviews, and how you conduct yourself. It was rather interesting to have a completely different take on something. So just throwing that one out there. Are we going to be looking at the students being involved in future projects that you're going to be working on, whether you're going to be dealing with, some sort of sustainability, having them get a foot in the door for doing something where they can put that down on their resume saying, I worked on this project, then now it has come to fruition, 2 years after I initially worked on it or something. I didn't know if that was in the thought process.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Ed Wagner, Operations Superintendent. So to answer your first question, we got a couple of more brochures that were booklets we're putting together. There is a guidebook that will go through and answer a lot of questions, but also what we put together is this pilot internship program. So each job that we are going to be offering, and some of the people came kicking and screaming to me about, what do you mean? So we have a program description of that job. We also have the program objectives in there, and then the learning outcomes. So if they are assigned to a project, and probably you'll see that the biggest will be in the engineering part of it. Operations and maintenance, it's almost day-to-day operations and that. So, but the other thing is we're very limited, we're small, because, the water business is a business. And
Right.
so I did send a little PowerPoint presentation that describes the business as a whole. And Yvonne has asked me, if could I give this presentation to students, in which I have, because when I taught at Gavilan, I gave that presentation. When I was the wastewater resources manager or the water resource manager at the city of Soledad, same thing with the summer program there. So, a lot of this is past history for me. It's just bringing it up and doing it again. So there will be specific projects, and like in Chris's field with the IT, but we're also offering a position for safety. So we do have a safety officer on site full-time, and so they would be projects, they would get involved with that. So we have different projects, and we'll set the pattern as we see. And when we do the interviews and we decide which student we want to bring in, we can tailor to that just by finding out what their strengths are in the interview. So again, this is a pilot program. Is it going to change? Absolutely. We're going to see. 4 weeks, and then the second 4 weeks, we may learn a lot in the first 4 weeks, where we're going to change some stuff up in that. So it's living and breathing right now.
Excellent. No, I love that. I love the whole idea of water. I participate in the CSIP project over Castroville area. So I like the idea of reusing our water again. So thank you for that. I love this whole idea. Thank you. Thank you very much for all of this, and thank you for your involvement and working with students. It's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you all for the opportunity you're offering to our local students. My sister graduated with an engineering degree in Las Vegas, and she participated in the wastewater district internship, and it changed, I think, her career for the better, because she had ideas of where she wanted to go and things she had learned along the way. And right out of school, she ended up with a job, and is now an engineer at a major metropolitan city in the U.S. So people like you are jumpstarting people's careers like that and giving them a gift that they would not otherwise be able to attain. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Kenway, would you like to say something? Yeah, of course.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and the board. I want you to look at the badge of the wastewater district, and you see it says wastewater district. What does waste sound to you like? It means usually throw it out, get rid of it. Your students are going to be taking part in saving thousands and thousands of gallons of water, because we treat it and then we pump it back to Pebble Beach for the golf courses and their gardens. You water your garden right out of the faucet, fresh, good water. We don't. We send it and it's just reused. So your students are taking a real heavy part in something that's saving water. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And this was an informational item only, so there will be no motion necessary. Back to agenda item. Good evening. Back to agenda item 5A, Ethnic Studies Informational Presentation with Curriculum, Instruction, and Assessment Coordinator Andrew Rodriguez.
Can I just do a quick introduction? This is Andrew's first time presenting at our board meeting, but it is also, I think, just his, we're just entering into his third month working here in Carmel Unified. So just, it's a welcome as well. And he came to us by way of Salinas.
Yeah, and I'm super excited to be here too. All right. So as mentioned, my name is Andrew Rodriguez, and I'm one of the CIA coordinators, and today I'll be doing an informational presentation on ethnic studies. And so just to provide a little bit of context, Assembly Bill 101, which was passed into law on October 8th, 2021, mandates two particular things. Number one, that the students that are graduating in the class of 2030 will be required to complete at least one semester of a qualifying ethnic studies course. Secondly, it also requires that that all high schools in the state of California also offer at least offer a course in ethnic studies as well, and that's going to be by the school year 2025-2026. Now, just continuing with that context, so what is ethnic studies? I think the best way to think about it at its core, it's really a yes, it's history, but it's also providing additional information, kind of the triumphs and also the struggles of traditionally marginalized ethnic groups in the United States. And so it's a very American concept. It originated in California, and what it does is it allows students to both see themselves as part of the American process, but it also allows students to see the other possibilities as well. And so there's the big thing with ethnic studies is it's a multidisciplinary study, and so it pushes into areas like history and English and economics. And what it allows is it allows for students, or it allows for academics to look at it from different lenses. So whether it's the Latine experience, or whether it's the African American experience or the indigenous experience, all those provide different perspectives on a lot of the same issues that we face. Additionally, I think the purpose of it at the high school level is really to introduce students to the different possibilities. One thing that you'll often hear is the concept of windows and mirrors. And what a window is the ability to look in and see others. But the other thing is a mirror, and it's the ability to see oneself. And when we're talking about mirrors specifically, what we know from research, and there's been a lot of research that's been conducted very recently on this, is that when students see themselves in these different academic spaces, it breaks down those barriers. And so by providing those opportunities for students, it allows them to kind of pursue things that maybe they didn't initially think about pursuing. I know that I'm a testament to that. And you know, throughout my experience, being able to have you know, different role models throughout my own academic experience helped propel me forward as well. Now, the question of why ethnic studies, I think there's a few different reasons. The most obvious reason is really about looking at the, I guess, the cultural contributions, as well as the historical struggles that various ethnic groups have encountered in the United States. And it allows students to really humanize their own experiences, and it also allows us to humanize other people's experiences as well. Now, beyond that, there's some tangible reasons why ethnic studies is also valuable. We know that at least some of the preliminary research, I know that there's been more and more research coming out as the courses have increased. But as of right now, I know that that there has been connections to increase in attendance rates, as well as increase in social emotional learning, not just for those particular ethnic groups, but actually for all students. The biggest study, which was in 2017, I believe that one was in San Francisco. That's the one that's often cited. Kind of talks a little bit about that. They charted, I think it was like 12 or 1,400 students in that particular study. But there's a lot of other studies that are continuing through this. And you'll see this in other spaces as well with what's called culturally relevant learning. And so with culturally relevant learning, being able to you know, see oneself inside of the learning process breaks down those barriers. Now, currently in our district, we are at the beginning stages of kind of exploring the implementation of this. And I think that we're at an advantageous stage as well. What we've noticed is that inside of the state, a lot of people have been moving forward, maybe like 2-year plans, 1-year plans. And what that allows us to do is it allows us to kind of research some of the best practices that have happened throughout the state. I know that we've looked at kind of larger district offices, but also county offices to draw off of some of both their successes as well as maybe some of their early mistakes. And I think that we're at a really good point right now as we kind of move forward. Additionally, we've had some teachers attend a training at MCOE, and we're currently in the stage right now of putting together a committee to continue to explore ethnic studies. And so with the committee, there are some pretty important things that we want to make sure that the committee considers. The first one, will ethnic studies be an integrated course or will it be standalone? Right now with the state, they've allowed a lot of leniency for districts in order to explore what an ethnic studies course actually means to them. And so part of our process will actually be defining what ethnic studies is. One of the other things about ethnic studies, which is really unique, is that it is very local. You have to look at your population, and you have to look at not just your population, but also the surrounding populations and realize what does your community actually look like? And how can we offer something, especially in somewhere like Monterey County, where we have a very rich history, but also a very complicated history? And how can we explore that history and allow students to kind of make their own decisions on this information? Beyond that, there's the more technical pieces, things like what grade level will this be taught? The way that we teach this course to 9th graders will be very different than the way that we teach it to juniors, right? And so I think that that'll be another thing for the committee consideration. Additionally, will the course be a semester long or year long? What we know is that at the state level, the requirement right now is a semester, but semester long courses do create complications in master scheduling and student scheduling. And so that's going to be another thing that we'll consider as a committee. As we formed our committee, though, we've included teachers. We're also, and again, we're on the preliminary stages of recruiting. We'll be adding counselors, special education specialists, EL specialists, and administrators and community members as well. Additionally, throughout the process, we're going to make sure that we're transparent with everything. And so I have some ideas right now on the more logistical side to be able to post on our website kind of our entire process. And we want to make sure that, if it is a community kind of community-led endeavor, that we actually have input from the community. And so I think that's a really important aspect of this. But at the same time, though, we want to make sure that those who are actually teaching the course have that autonomy to create the course that they know, to use their skill set to create a high-quality course. I think at the end of the day, though, and the reason that I moved over to this district is because it is high quality. And I think that as we go through this process and as we, compile this, we're going to keep that in mind. And so whether it's ethnic studies, whether it's, an English course, health, it all needs to be high quality. And so with that, I wanted to take you through just our, don't worry, I'm going to, yeah, you don't want to die on your first one. Maybe right after. I appreciate that though. Yeah, get it warm. And so looking at our tentative plan though, starting in, starting in spring, we'll be putting together our committee, and so we've already started that process. And our goal, really by the end of the summer, is to identify the subject area as well as the grade level so that we can start planning and give the professional development for the teachers who will actually teach this course. From there, we'll submit our course recommendation in September. And during that process, we'll be putting together our syllabi or syllabus. We'll be putting together curricular guides and also the materials, and we'll be allowing those for public viewing throughout the process. Part of this process too, which is identified in the state and I think is really important with a course like this, is holding meetings with community organizations. And so we've been working to identify what those community organizations are And the nice thing about coming in right now is that a lot of districts who have already started, have been implementing and have become early adopters of this, have kind of done the footwork for us. But I think that there's also some lessons to be learned there too with community organizations that felt left out of the process. And so because of that, I think that we can learn from those mistakes and be able to pull everyone in so that we can put together a high quality product. And then really by fall 2025, we'll be able to implement our initial ethnic studies course. And so just because we're implementing doesn't mean that we're finished with the work. And so it'll be a work in progress, and we'll have an opportunity for additional feedback so that we can continue to create really the best product for our students. And so with that, I'd like to open it up for questions.
Thank you. The board received no requests for public comment, so we'll move on to questions from board members.
I have a couple of questions.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you very much. My master's degree is in cross-cultural education, so thank you very much for this. And I have taken several ethnic studies classes way back when the dinosaurs were still roaming the earth. So I just want to say thank you very much. The presentation was very well prepared. I am so impressed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I wanted to know the people that you're going to be looking at bringing on board within our department. I know that within the departments, are they going to be the people who have already, I know there's 3 or 4 people who are already involved. Are they going to be people that you're looking at putting onto the committee since they've already expressed an interest?
Yeah, so we're looking at a few different departments. And so we have history. We're also looking at art, if art is interested.
Mm-hmm.
And we've also looked at English as well. And so although if you look at a lot of the districts that have already began implementation, oftentimes it is a standalone course. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm going to take a drink. I like water too.
Well, I would have offered you some,
Yeah.
but I've been drinking out of it.
No, all good. And so, let's see. Yeah, and so I think that's a component of it, to look at all those potentials, because the standalone course I think is the easier route,
Mm-hmm.
and that's where a lot of places have gone. But it's really not the only route. I've been looking at the UC and CSU approved courses, the A through G courses, recently. And what I found is that, there are English courses that are offered that are ethnic studies.
Mm-hmm.
There are possibilities to push into art. I know that Pajaro Valley, for example, is creating some art courses. And so I think that when the committee convenes, we'll be able to explore all those. So I guess the short answer is yes.
Excellent, excellent. I was also curious if you were to considering looking at sociology possibly as sort of a overall arching sort of maybe next steps other than just an introduction into ethnic studies. And if somebody is interested in pursuing it, it would be sort of a standalone course, but we have psychology, and I figured sociology would be, it's a big and upcoming field that is opening up in colleges these days. So just throwing that one out there.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely worth pursuing.
In terms of looking at the educators' compensation, I think this would be maybe more along Sharon's idea, putting it out for the Summer Institute. I know that there's compensation available for the teachers through that, and maybe this would be an entree into that. So I'm just throwing that.
Mhm.
I'm just, if they stick to the wall, use them. If they don't stick to the wall, it's not a problem for me. Let's see, I had a couple of other questions here. Alrighty, I got that one. Where is this? Excellent. Tight timeline. I'm looking at this one, and I'm ambitious. So
Yeah.
my hats off to you.
And I will say, though, that if you take a look at some of the districts that have had an extended timeline, it's because there was no blueprint.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think because of a lot of the work that's already been done, although it looks tight, I don't think that it's actually as tight as it seems. I think the hardest part is going to be ensuring that we get are able to schedule the appropriate meetings with the appropriate community groups. But that's why my office exists,
Right.
is to be able to do that footwork.
I will also throw out library sciences. They are the librarians, period, are so well informed about all the different literature that is out there and different programs that are going on. So I will just throw that one out there as to tap into. Thank you very much. I appreciate this, and I know we're a tough bunch, so thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Andrew, and welcome to the district. I don't have any questions. Looks like Seabury might, though.
I don't either. I would just like to welcome you and thank you for a very thorough presentation. It was exceptional.
Thank you.
So I had just a couple questions. What would be your idea of a community organization that would be involved locally?
So although I have personal ideas, I think that it's going to be up to the community or the committee to kind of determine that. However, if you take a look at some of the other districts, which I'll be presenting to that committee, things like the local NAACP. We also have and then one of the big ones though, which I think is often left out, is the Filipino Historical Society. And I think that especially if you look at farm work in this area and the Filipino contribution, I think that that's a unique one that I think we should tap into. JACL though as well. And so there's a lot of interesting organizations that I've personally done work with in the past that I think that we can definitely tap into, and especially as depending on kind of where the area of study goes into, I think that it's important to be able to honor those contributions and also portray them accurately as well.
Right. Yeah, I just a couple weekends ago I participated in a workshop up in Santa Cruz at the Natural History Museum. With the Ama Mutsun tribe up there, and it was really engaging, and just I think it's so critical where we often don't have enough knowledge to be able to look through a different lens at all the different cultures that we have surrounding us. And I work for the government, and so we are actually doing a lot of training in unconscious bias, and I always just appreciate that I'll take a training and my perspective will completely change. So I totally agree with you that, education is key to be able to provide a look through a different lens. So I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate that this is now a law and a required component to our curriculum. But on that note, I think that there's been a lot of misinformation about these studies, and so there might be a lot of questions, I would imagine, from parents just to try to figure out what the studies would involve. Will there be a resource for this?
Yeah, so I've actually been working on the back end already to kind of anticipate some of the questions, and so I've put together. Once we get the committee going, I'll run it by them, obviously, but. Like a fact page, so FAQ, frequently asked questions about ethnic studies. And then as we go through presentations like this, will also be posted online. And then additionally, kind of just any additional resources that we create, including syllabus and curriculum guides.
That's great.
And so all that will be transparent. But I don't think that it needs to be necessarily just for ethnic studies. And so in our department, we're working on kind of working through that as we continue our additional adoptions.
And I know this is just for high school. Is there any chance that we can include elementary and middle as well? Is that going to be part of the discussions?
I just want to speak to that. So it wouldn't be ethnic studies, but there is literally from the day I started working in our ed services team, we've been looking at the curriculum in terms of multiple perspectives being presented, because our curriculums are state adopted and they're all of the highest quality and what's available, but they don't always all include multiple perspectives or perspectives from other communities. In particular, in our area, as Andrew has pointed out, we have a very rich and diverse culture in Monterey County and in our area, and those things are absent from a generic textbook. So we want to find supplemental materials to support us. And in fact, just was it last week? I think I had a meeting with some folks, including the Esalen, a representative from the Esalen tribe of Monterey County. So we're working on doing that kind of work. We had some release days for our elementary teachers last year, and the elementary grades to talk about what they do use for their instruction and how we can support them in providing accurate information to our students. So it's an ongoing effort and an ongoing review. It takes a little bit of time, but it wouldn't be ethnic studies.
Right. Yeah, that's great. I'm really happy to hear that. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Again, thank you, Andrew. And that was an information item only, so there's no motion necessary.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Moving on to agenda item 5C, resolution number 24-06, California Classified School Employee Week with Superintendent Sharon Ofek.
Good evening. So, no presentation. This is an annual event where we pass a resolution to honor the classified staff and all their hard work. And that week is in May. So we do this adoption in April.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2406, California Classified School Employee Week as presented.
I'll second.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board President Jason Reminzi.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Agenda item 5D, resolution number 24-05, California Day of the Teacher with Superintendent Sharon Ofek.
This is a similar item. So this is recognizing our teachers for all of their dedication and hard work as well. And again, this is actually not just a day, but usually a week in May. I think it's actually, these are 2 consecutive weeks. The previous item and this one are run back to back. But it is, again, a resolution we bring to you now in April for recognition and celebration in May.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2405, California Day of the Teacher as presented.
Second.
Board President Jason Reminzi.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Agenda item 5E, ratification of the side letter agreement between CUSD and CSEA, Chapter 190, regarding compensatory time off with Chief Human Resources Officer Craig Chavez.
That's why we call it comp time. So the next couple of items are those things that I described last time where I get the opportunity to work with our bargaining units in support of our employees in the district. The first one here is in regards to comp time. It was discovered during the course of one of our regular meetings that an employee had accrued an amount of comp time that was in excess of the requirements or the maximum that they normally would be. And so we had to come to some sort of agreement how to address that in a way that was not negatively impacting the employee themselves. And so this agreement sets forth those parameters in which we'll go ahead and resolve that, and so that won't happen again in the future as well. So this agreement is before you to address that.
The board received no requests for public comment. We can open it up to the board for questions or a motion.
If there's no questions, I'll make a motion to approve the ratification of the side letter agreement between CUSD and CSCA Chapter 190 regarding compensatory time off.
Second.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board President Jason Reminzi.
Yes. I don't know why I keep turning off my microphone. It's on to me, this next one. All right, agenda item 5F, Memorandum of Understanding between CUSD and CSEA, Chapter 190, regarding extension of timeline for Group 3 reclassification and compensation study with Chief Human Resources Officer Craig Chavez.
Sometimes the best planning doesn't account for everything that it's going to take to get something across the line. Fortunately, we're working with a great group. As you heard earlier, Lisa mentioned that we've been working on a wall-to-wall reclassification and compensation study with our classified bargaining unit. We are close to the end of that process, but we need a little bit more time to get it to that point. So this MOU sets forth the process that we'll use and the timeline that we will use to get this to the end point no later than June 30th. So I want to make sure that that's a public document and that we've come to an agreement in how we're going to do that.
The board received no request for public comment, and we can open it up for discussion.
I have just a question. This is going to be, since they're the last group, I feel really bad for them. we're looking at retro pay back to wherever it is once they've been reclassified, or is this just, it's going to start June 30th and go forward from there?
So based on the implementation of the first two groups, those parameters that were used with those groups will be applied as we are looking at this final group of individuals. In some cases, that was back to July 1 of 2023. In other cases, it actually doesn't take effect until July 1 of 2024. So depending upon the set of guidelines that we established as a committee the first time, and as those apply, then that'll apply to that group as a uniform kind of across the board. So in some cases it might, in other cases it might not.
Okay, so it's like depends on individuals, or
It actually
the
depends
position?
on the salary study itself and where the current classification falls in relation to our comparable districts.
Okay.
And so there were rules that were, it's very complicated, but there were rules that we established as a committee in regards to how we would move forward with individuals in the first year and or the second year, and where they fell in relation to our comparable group. So those that were further down, let's say, for example, we were sixth out of the group of comparables. There was an effort in this first year to move those individuals up in the group, and in the second year to actually move them to a place in which we were in the top three. So that was why there was kind of a two-stage process.
Okay.
Sorry to be complicated, but it is.
Are there any other questions, or can we receive a motion?
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the MOU between CUSD and CSCA Chapter 190 regarding the extension of the timeline for Group 3 reclassification and compensation study.
Second.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Agenda item 5G, Memorandum of Understanding between CUSD and CSCA Chapter 190 regarding Appendix K.
So not long ago, the district and CSEA reached an agreement to add an educational incentive for our classified members, which included an incentive for those individuals who have their bachelor's degrees, their master's degrees, and in some cases, if it existed, a doctorate. In this particular case, the first time we implemented this, we actually had a different process than we actually need on an ongoing basis as we hire new employees or people earn those in the meantime. And so we needed to update our form, which is Appendix K, to include an opportunity for individuals to submit a form notifying us that they had earned that degree so that we could add that incentive. So the form that was attached to this particular item does include a box for individuals to mark that, and we'll go through our process so that way those individuals will have those added at the beginning of the successive year.
No requests for public comments were submitted. Are there any questions from the board? Can I receive a motion?
Are you sure? Yes. I'll make a motion to approve the MOU between CUSD and CSEA Chapter 190 regarding Appendix K.
Second.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Agenda item 5H, ratification of the side letter agreement between CUSD and ACT regarding a relocation process with Chief Human Resources Officer Craig Chavez.
I'm up here for a few this time, so I apologize. But there, like I said, this is the work of my office and trying to support our employees. As you know, we had a tree fall on a facility at one of our campuses. And as a result, we had to make some adjustments in terms of where students are housed and to relocate our apple pie program at Captain Cooper Elementary. What that required is to have one of our teachers actually relocate items that were in their working space at that campus during a time and because of when we were trying to get all of our licensing and all of the other things kind of taken care of. So she was able to come in over break. Our contract talks about relocation during the course of kind of less than, I guess you would say, more normal situations. And because this was somebody who had scheduled time during the break, the February break, the compensation felt appropriate to go ahead and change that and adapt that in this particular emergency situation. And so this side letter is to pay for that relocation as we normally would, but utilizing that individual's normal daily rate. And Ms. Ticio's name is listed there, just so you know who did the work during that time.
I noticed that. There's no request for public comment. Does the board have any questions? I think we should recognize Ms. Tishon for giving up her room and sacrificing for the greater good of the community down the coast. I appreciate it personally, and I'm sure everybody else here does too. Can I receive a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the ratification of the side letter agreement between CUSD and ACT regarding relocation process.
Second.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Agenda item 5I, adopt the 2024-2025 district initial proposal regarding collective bargaining agreement negotiations with California School Employees Association, Local 190, with Chief Human Resources Officer Craig Chavez.
So that I don't have to repeat it each and every one of the next 4 items. The government code section 3547 provides us guidance in regards to what we need to do prior to engaging in the negotiations process. And that is to make sure that sunshine proposals have been brought forth by the bargaining units and also by the district, so that the public can become aware and informed of those prior to the negotiations beginning, so that they can provide comment or input at that point in time. What you will notice on each one of these is that there's not a lot of detail, because that's really the conversation in the room and getting into interests of the parties. Sometimes they differ, sometimes they're similar, but working through that process collectively. That's why it's called collective bargaining. This first one for you is in regards to the district's initial proposal as we sit down with Classified School Employees Association Local 190. The articles listed there: hours and overtime, salaries and wages, classified professional growth, health and welfare benefits, and the grievance procedure. On the attachment, if you wouldn't mind opening that up for me. I think this is important in terms of the public's understanding of, I'm not just reading articles and they have no idea what we're talking about. However, it is listed here in regards to kind of our interests as a district in these particular areas. As you can tell, they are broad, but at the same time, try to give an interest that the district has when we sit down with CSEA to have conversations with regards to these areas. So they are listed there for you. If you have any specific questions about any of those areas, I can provide some input there and provide some information if you feel that's appropriate. This is an item, because it is the district's initial proposal, it would need to be adopted by the board, and it is an action item.
With no request for public comment, does the board have any questions, or can I receive a motion?
I just, I know you're going to go into the J as well, but I just wanted to say thank you to Craig and all the hard work that you put into this, and your team, and Lisa and Elizabeth. I know it's been a bumpy road, and I just really appreciate how you've stuck with it and really gotten to the other side, and it's there's hope on the other side, so
Absolutely.
appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I'll make an emotion. I'll make a motion to approve the adoption of the 2024-25 district initial proposal regarding collective bargaining agreement negotiations with CSEA Local 190.
Second, and thank you for all of the collective hard work that you're all doing.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Agenda item 5J, adopt a 2024-2025 district initial proposal regarding collective bargaining agreement negotiations with the Association of Carmel Teachers, with Chief Human Resource Officer Craig Chavez.
And I'll also, thank you, ask you to refer to the attachment, but the articles that we've sunshined for our work with Association of Carmel Teachers are the articles: Article 2, Salary and Wages; Article 3, Conditions of Employment; Article 4, Unit Member Health and Welfare Benefits; and Article 5, early retirement. So those articles are outlined there and our general interest in regards to those particular areas as a district. And I will say, sometimes it gets bumpy, but we throw it into four-wheel drive and we keep moving forward. So that's what we're doing collectively.
No requests for public comments were received. Does the board have any questions?
I'll make a motion to approve the adoption of 2024-25 district initial proposal regarding collective bargaining agreement negotiations with ACT.
Second.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar,
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen,
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Agenda item 5K, received the 2024 through 2027 CSEA Chapter 190 initial proposal for collective bargaining agreement negotiations with CUSD with Chief Human Resource Officer Craig Chavez.
So this is the information, and we are just receiving that. This is actually, they go through a process to go ahead and bring this forward to the district. So this is just to make it public. CSEA has sunshined Articles 3, hours and overtime, Article 6, salary and wages, Article 8, health and welfare benefits, Article 9, grievance procedures, Article 10, safety conditions, Article 12, leaves of absence, Article 15, disciplinary action, and Article 20, duration. And I know Lisa is still here if for some reason there's a question or whatnot, but they've been pretty good about providing the information and the detail in their sunshine proposal. So we appreciate that.
No requests for public comment were received. Does anybody on the board have any questions or comments? Can we receive a motion?
There
Oh,
is no
sorry.
motion on this
Oh.
one. It's a receipt.
Thank you.
No worries.
All right, on to agenda item 5L. Received the 2024-2025 ACT initial proposal for collective bargaining agreement negotiations with CUSD with Chief Human Resource Officer Craig Chavez.
And the one thing I didn't mention with CSEA, but is also the case with ACT, is that we are at the end of the term of our current 3-year contract. And so we're moving into the next phase of the next, hopefully, a 3-year contract. And as a result, all articles can be open for negotiations at that point in time. And ACT has submitted a sunshine proposal which opens every article. And there is this is what was also received from ACT. So we'll get into more information there. There are a variety of different reasons for that. As you know, in both actually bargaining units, we've added members or classifications to both of those. So there's a lot of work still to be done in those areas, making sure that the contracts are applicable to all individuals within each bargaining unit. So I believe there's some of that interest in here as well.
There were no requests for public comment. Does anybody on the board have any questions or comments? All right, thank you, Craig.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Agenda item 5M, emergency action authorizing reconstruction of school facilities with Chief Operations Officer Dan Paul.
All right, this continues the emergency action that was approved at the February 28th meeting that allows us to move forward quickly with contracts to replace the Apple Pie portable. The Rocky Creek slide is complicated a bit, but the portable manufacturer is talking to Caltrans and seeing what we can make happen with the current problems in place.
The board received no requests for public comment. Does anybody have any questions or comments on this item?
Can you just, I'm just curious, like what is the status right now is down there?
So the insurance company has confirmed that our best course is replacement of the building, which we knew for several months now. We're trying to schedule the demolition contractor, but the convoy times don't work well with his schedule. He has to run multiple trucks down to haul away the old portable. So we're waiting to see how quickly Caltrans is going to open up to a traffic light to allow traffic to go both ways. We still have plenty of time to get the building ready for the August start of school. We're not in any danger of that at this point. The portable manufacturer is moving the portable out of stockpile and prepping it for delivery. They're waiting on Caltrans to give them some information so they can give us a delivery date. And the architect is working with the contractor. We'll have to do some work on the building once it's there. because it doesn't have restrooms. It's a stockpile unit, so they'll have to be built on site. So these are all happening behind the scenes, and it should all come together at the right time to make it happen for school.
If there's no other questions, can I receive a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the continuance of the emergency action authorization.
I'll second.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Agenda item 5N, softball skills facility, approval of budget, architect contract, and civil engineer contract with Chief Operations Officer Dan Paul.
Okay, a little history on this one. Back in 2019, we started design and constructed a skills facility at the high school baseball field with the anticipation, based on our master plan, that it would be temporary and we'd be creating a baseball and softball field down at the middle school along with a skills facility. The pandemic happened and priorities have changed, and we're kind of in limbo with that project right now. So we have funding in deferred maintenance that would allow us to create a comparable skills facility for softball, and we'd like to move forward with that project.
No requests for public comments were submitted. Does anybody on the board have any questions or comments for this agenda item?
No, thank you. It's been very much needed.
Can I receive a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve budget and architect contract for, am I reading the right one? Yes. I'll make a motion for the approval of the budget, architect contract, and civil engineer contract.
Second.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Dan.
Agenda item 5O, approve audit services for financial years 2023 through 2024 through the 2025-2026 with Chief Business Official Yvonne Perez.
Hello. So we had the same auditors for 7 years, and so we decided this year to go out for bid. It was an informal bid process, which means that we did not advertise it in the paper, but we did solicit it out to several qualified independent audit firms. And we had 4 responses, and we Diana Gonzalez and I evaluated those responses. And then I also came to the same conclusion, and then we also ran it by cabinet. And so I'm here tonight to recommend the audit firm of Christie White. They gave us a very competitive price, and they are well known throughout the state and perform a lot of audits. So tonight I'd like to recommend the approval of Christie White to be our auditors for the next 3 years.
No requests for public comment were received. Does anybody on the board have any questions or comments?
I'm just curious, is this kind of best practices, best protocols to renew or look for other potential firms to work with?
Yeah, you actually, in the state of California, you can use the same auditor as long as they change the managing partner. I think it's every 3 years. And so some of these firms are quite large, and so they're able to do that, change the managing partner. But as you continue, and we were very happy with CLA. I thought that they did good work. But it also helps keep it competitive. And so the price that we got from Christie White was almost half of what we had been paying. So that is part of the process, is to make sure that you're staying competitive in the market.
If there's no other questions, can I receive a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the contract for audit services with Christie White, Inc. for fiscal years 2023, 24, 24, 25, and 25, 26.
I'll second.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Jason Remenzi. Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Thank you.
And this is another change we're making on to item 7, public comment on unagendized items. And we did not receive any request for public comment tonight. So on to agenda item 6, board operations. These are routine status updates regarding campus activities, meeting schedules, conferences, and meetings attended. Recent developments from the Board of Education. We'll start with Anne Marie.
Thank you very much. I have a whole bunch of stuff that I've been doing. I went to the Solving Homelessness discussion that they had at Sunset Center. It had 2 facilitators that work with the county organizations, and the moderator was Sarah Rubin, and it was a very well done presentation. The questions were very thoughtful. The problems in Monterey County are very interesting and unique in how they're going to solve problems, I guess. So it was, I think they could have gone on for another probably hour or so and really just scratched the surface. So these were just introductory conversations, and I hope that they continue. Career Tech Ed, we had a board meeting in Seaside High School. We had 5 grand prize winners. You can go and take a look at who they are. We have got a big presentation that's going to be coming up next month, and awards for our groups from Carmel Unified and all the different participating members. We also have a firefighters camp that's coming up April 20th. That's going to be at NPC, and it's very, very popular. So get in there quickly. I went to a Carmelo PTO meeting. I've been up to CHS and dropping in and helping out with some of the SPED tutoring. Cooper, I made a visit before the road went out and left my egg basket down there, so I have to figure out how I'm going to get that back at some point in time. You might expect a visit from me, Cooper, at some point in time. Kashawa Center, as usual. Community Human Services, they are going to have a women's ball coming up on Saturday. It goes to Casa de Noche Buena, which provides services for domestic violence victims and their families. It's been put on for years. It stopped during COVID and came back again. Men are allowed, but really discouraged by especially the members who've been doing this for quite some time. They just are like, what is that man doing here? So it's really a lot of fun. We get a whole group of us together. We go out to dinner beforehand and then just go have a lot of fun talking to people. So it's entertaining. 7 to 10 at the Carmel Women's Club. Tulicitos, the family dance. I went and I saw Jason and Sharon there. Had an absolutely wonderful time with my great nephew. I was on babysitting duty that night. I managed to get my little great niece to come along and my niece to come, and they all had a really good time just dancing, and we were having lots of fun. I went to the Agland Trust dinner and got a chance to talk with 3 of the county supervisors. Had interesting conversations about homelessness, about housing in our area. Really made some great progress with that. I had a meeting with Sharon and had some really good topics that we covered there. Tech, I have my hats off to you. I do not know how you go through everything so fast and get everything straightened out, but thank you. I am eternally grateful to each and every one of you. Board workshop is coming up on the 26th, just to let you know. And I have a couple of items that I wanted to just talk about for putting on the future agenda items, to talk about having a Title IX, our Title IX contract, just put a survey out and find out what people thought of the service, whether the site administrators were happy with, being able to access it. The 13 reports, maybe send it out to the people who had to put in a report, find out what they thought about it. And also for the comms contract. And I have got a thing about Red Dress Day for Indigenous people, raising awareness for Missing and Murdered Indigenous People Day. They're going to have a lot of special events on May 4th from 11 to 4 at Oldmeyer Center. And then I think I hit it all. Oh, one last thing. Monterey County Office of Ed is putting on a human trafficking symposium. It's going to be on the 23rd of May from 9 to 3:30 at MPC. And just putting out some statistics for people who don't realize this. Monterey County, our area in particular, has a tremendously high amount of young women who go missing every year. It's 16,000 victims in Monterey County alone from 2020 was the last statistic that they took on it. So it's something that's important because we have such a tourism industry. We get a lot of very high profile people, very, very wealthy people coming in, and this is something that is just really needs to be addressed. So thank you.
Thank you. Sarah?
It's been a busy couple weeks. So as Lisa Brazil mentioned during her presentation, she and I did a collaborative site visit at River School. And as Sharon mentioned, it was wonderful to go into classrooms and really focus on the classified staff and see firsthand how they're supporting our students. So I appreciate the time that everybody took to be so welcoming and to chat with Lisa and I during that visit. And I'm looking forward to doing more with her. I also attended the Tulorcitos Family Western Themed Dance. It was an incredible event, contributing to the vibrant spirit of that school community. It was wonderful to see everybody together. River School also hosted their mother-son family event, which unfortunately I wasn't able to attend, but I did see pictures and heard feedback from parents that that was also a resounding successful event. So thank you to the parents and families and staff at all of our sites that put these events on for the community. I attended a governance workshop alongside the board regarding our handbook. These continued workshops are instrumental in ensuring the clarity and effectiveness in our governance policy and also furthering our commitment to being transparent and efficient with our governance practices. So I know that nobody's here, but for everybody on the interwebs, each board member has been presented with this document for tonight's meeting and will continue to be presented with this document. And one of the outputs of these board governance workshops have been our Board of Education meeting guidelines. So I'll bore the community and read them because I think it is important because we are spending a lot of time and effort and energy in these governance workshops. And I think this output is really important in our governance moving forward. So during our Board of Education meetings, we will keep our focus on the best interest of our students, respect differences. We will show respect, never dismiss or devalue others, individually take responsibility for the work of the team. We will each be responsible for the success of the meeting, participate equally, address concerns, work to make sure there are no hidden agendas, and that all issues and concerns can be dealt with openly by all members, and work toward the future, learning from the past. So these guidelines were collectively agreed upon with the board, and I just think it's really important that our community know that we are working really hard at this to be a better governance team. And I'm looking forward to the next governance workshop as well. And lastly, I had the pleasure of attending the Carmel High School and Carmel Middle School Parents Mixer that was held at Barron Flag. The event provided an excellent opportunity to meet and connect with new and seasoned parents in the district. And I believe these positive interactions that are being facilitated in our school community are only helping us to build stronger together and be stronger. So overall, the last couple weeks have been super busy, but I look forward to continuing to collaborate with all members of our community and support the success and growth of all of our school sites and all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Seabury?
Sarah, thanks for highlighting those. I think it's important too to let the public and the community know that we really are trying to refocus on students and not on other issues that can distract the business of what we were here to do. And so, yeah, as Sarah mentioned, I was going to mention it as well. It was a great workshop. We all really committed together to work as a team and to move forward. And in addition to that, we all agreed that we will be conducting our own self-evaluation of the board hopefully soon, within the next couple months, because we recognize too that we have a lot of growth to do and want to continue to move forward. With that being said as well, I participated in a fantastic performance of Mean Girls. I didn't participate. I mean, I was I watched. I participated by clapping very loudly and thoroughly enjoying the music. It was just a great performance. Really fun to see the drama team just put on another fantastic activity. And for us, we were all dancing in our seats and clapping. And I hope that there's more to come. But it was just great. And so a huge shout out to the whole team that made that happen. And then lastly, I know it's been mentioned before, but I actually have family down in Big Sur. And so I know that community has just been hit over and over and over again. And they are an incredibly resilient community. And so I just wanted to acknowledge the community that's down there, the staff and the teachers that are providing a safe place and a familiar place for children to show up, and a reprieve for parents that need to go to work as well. And I know that was just a huge effort, and just keeping on track with trying to make it as least obtrusive as possible. I mean, the kids are still going to school, which is what was the important thing. But I know this community has really suffered a lot, and their resilient nature really inspires all of us. So, thanks.
Thank you. I, along with Sharon, participated in the Masters in Governance 3 training, and it was neat because it was taught by one of our former board members and our current Monterey Office of Education board members, Annette Steck, so that was neat to make that connection. I, with my fellow board members, participated in the governance handbook training, and I thought it was really effective, and I thought we found a lot of common goals that I think show that we are here to serve the students, and that is our focus. The collaborative listening sessions with the CSEA and ACT presidents, along with Sharon, have been insightful. I've enjoyed meeting a bunch of people. That's kind of the biggest thing. The high school, that was probably the biggest event, and they didn't want to introduce, but yes, it was nice that everybody said who they were, so now I can put faces with the names that I see on emails and Parent Square alerts. We're starting to identify certain trends across the district, and I can't wait till we've seen all the sites and we can present that to the rest of the board and the public, because everybody's opinion out there in the field matters, and it's nice to see that they all want to participate in it. Every site has sent people to meet with us, and it's been great. The family dance out at Turlarcitos was really fun. We were on the edge of a storm coming in, and the wind was blowing, and they worked from inside and outside, and everybody involved with that really hustled to make sure that they got through it. And if you don't know, if you attend that event, they make you dance, which is really not advertised to me before I went, and so I looked like Frankenstein with a 4-year-old, but okay. I'm looking forward to our next session with Dr. Pritzel, and I'd like to recognize the rest of the board for all the work you guys are putting in your community and representing the public, and just the building of trust and relationships. I think it shows that we're all here for the same thing, and I appreciate you all. And that is all I have for this month. Thank you, guys. Moving on to item 8, informal reports from the superintendent. Do you have anything this week?
I will add one thing in, which is I was able to meet with some students from Big Sur this morning when I was at Carmel High School, and just to talk to them and see how they're faring. And, it's hard on our students too, and they really are working really hard. And of the group I met with, some are staying in town and some are taking the bus every day. So I promised them I'd come back if they were interested in having me back. They were appreciative, though. They expressed some of their own concerns and related to their own families and what they're going through. But as you point out, each and every one of you, it's a very resilient community that has really worked through a lot of different challenges. But our students definitely expressed themselves today, and I hope that they felt heard, and I was able to let them know what I know and what we'll keep them posted. So.
Thank you. Section 9, closed session. Before adjourning to closed session, the board will identify the closed session items and provide an opportunity for public comment on these items. 9A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D2. We have one case. 9B, a conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, subdivision D1, Monterey County Superior Court cases. Case number 23CV003167, Davy Christine versus Carmel Unified School District. Case number 23CV003225, Jane Doe versus Carmel Unified School District et al. Case number 23CV003505, Jane Doe versus Carmel Unified School District et al. Case number 23CV004013, Jane Doe versus Carmel Unified School District et al. 9C, public employee discipline, dismissal, release pursuant to Government Code 54957, subdivision B1. 9D is conference with legal negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, agency designated representative Craig Chavez, employee organizations ACT, CSA, and non-represented groups. 9E, public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957, superintendent. The board will now allow the opportunity for public comment, and I don't think we received any requests for public comment. The board will adjourn into closed session at 7:23 p.m. Thank you. Coming out of closed session, the board reports the following. Agenda item 9A, the board received an update from district staff. Agenda item 9B, the board met with legal counsel to receive updates and provide direction on the cases referenced on the agenda. Agenda item 9C, the board voted unanimously to affirm the dismissal of employee number 149925 and set their last date of employment as April 10th, 2024. The superintendent or her designee is directed to provide notice to the employee of the board's action. Agenda item 9D, the board received an update from district staff. Agenda item 9E, the board discussed the superintendent's evaluation. No other action was taken. This meeting is adjourned at 9:26 p.m.